Hey y'all, just a minute. I'm trying to put on some music that won't be irritating.
They can see it in there.
I can't see you right now. Hold on just a minute. I'm so sorry. I was running late. I forgot they're an hour ahead of me.
Jury ordered.
They are the happiest. I've got their orders. I haven't turned them in yet.
I've noticed that all through the break, these last 4 chairs of the jury box have been visible on the live stream. I don't think he's listening to me.
Yeah, I got you, Judge.
I can't stress enough.
Good morning, everybody. Outer Banks, Holly, Seahawk.
Taxes was waiting
Why did it do that?
and wondering and worrying. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you.
Oh my God. I have premium and I should not even get that.
The jury has ordered their lunch.
I should not be getting that. I pay for
We are, Your Honor.
I pay for it.
We are, Judge.
I'm gonna bring them in, I'll swear them, then I'll have to read the preliminary comments as required. General, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the indictment. I gave you a copy.
Hello, everybody.
Of the page.
Yes.
I'll put that in there. Then we'll take the plea, then we'll go straight into open statements.
Can y'all hear it okay?
If they're ready.
I'm gonna try. This is the first trial I've tried to watch, so we'll see.
For one stand, please.
I pay for premium too, and I've been getting ads, and it's like, what? Good, thank you. Thank you. We'll just do this together. We'll learn this stuff together. Full credit goes to Court TV, of course.
Scared, I want to use that chair back there.
Okay.
Here, this is a really good judge, y'all.
Roll a chair down here on the flat. It can stay up there. While they're moving the furniture.
Thank you, hey Jude.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues to be joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant and the true verdict rendered thereto according to law and evidence, so help you God? Be seated. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me okay? All right. Before we begin the trial, I would like to tell you a little bit about what will happen during the course of the proceedings. I want to describe basically how the trial will be conducted and what the attorneys, jurors, and judge will be doing during the course of the trial.
I love you,
At the
dear.
end of the trial, I will give you more detailed instructions on how you are to go about reaching a decision But now I simply want to explain how the trial will proceed. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is the formal accusation charging a defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. The defendant has pled not guilty to the charges. She is presumed innocent and may not be found guilty by you unless, after hearing all of the evidence, attorney's arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The first step in the trial will be the attorney's opening statements. The state will tell you about the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. This opening statement is not evidence. Its only purpose is to help you understand what the evidence will be and what the state will attempt to prove. After the state's opening statement, an attorney for the defendant will make an opening statement if he should so choose. Again, statements of attorneys are not evidence. Next will be the state's case in chief, in which the state will present its evidence. The evidence in the case will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the attorneys. After the state completes its case in chief, the defense will be given an opportunity to present evidence through witnesses and exhibits.
You're welcome, YouTuber.
The defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden is always on the state to convince you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If the defense does present proof, the state may then put on what is known as rebuttal proof. After you have heard all the evidence, I will instruct you about the rules of law that you are to use in reaching your verdict. The final part of the trial occurs when the state and defense may present final arguments. I previously told you that opening statements by the attorneys are not evidence. Likewise, closing arguments are not evidence. In closing arguments, the parties will attempt to summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence that was presented. After you hear my instructions and the parties' closing arguments, I will select and excuse the alternate jurors, and the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You will then begin your deliberations to make a decision in the case. Your deliberations will be secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdict to anyone. Now that I have described in outline form the trial itself, let me explain the functions that you and I will perform during the trial. I will decide which rules of law apply to the case. My decision will be reflected in my responses to questions and objections the attorney raised during the trial, as well as in my final jury instruction. It is your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law and my instructions to the facts, and from that application, you'll arrive at a verdict. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And this burden remains on the state throughout the entire case. Keep in mind that the defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against her. Thus, the defendant is not required to prove her innocence, to have her attorneys make any statements or arguments, or to produce any evidence. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to
Good
the
morning, I
certainty
see
of guilt.
you.
The conviction cannot be based on conjecture, suspicion, or mere belief that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Reasonable doubt is a high burden, but it does not mean proof with absolute certainty. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of the offense. Reasonable doubt does not mean a captious, possible, or imaginary doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a whim, it is not speculation or suspicion, it is not an excuse to avoid the performance of an unpleasant duty, and it is not sympathy. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime charged in the presentment. You must consider the evidence in each count separately. You must base that decision only on the evidence in the case and my instructions about the law. An important part of your job will be making judgments about the testimony of the witnesses who testify. You should decide whether you believe what each person says and the importance of his or her testimony. In making that decision, I suggest you ask yourself a few questions. Did the person impress you as honest? Did he or she have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did he or she have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness seem to have a memory of the events he or she testified about? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the things he or she testified about? Did he or she appear to understand the questions clearly and answer them directly? Did a witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? These are a few of the considerations that will help you determine the accuracy of each witness's testimony. In making up your mind and reaching a verdict, do not base any decisions on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than on the other. Likewise, do not reach a conclusion on a particular point just because more witnesses testified on one side on that point. Your job is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Some of you have probably heard the term circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. These are the two basic types of evidence that exist in law. Direct evidence is direct proof of the facts, such as the testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer or conclude that other facts exist. I will give you further instructions on these as well as other matters at the end of the case. Keep in mind that you may consider both kinds of evidence, which are considered to be of equal value in the law. The court will not provide you with a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. Therefore, you must listen very carefully to the testimony. Each of you will be allowed to take notes during the trial for your own use during your deliberations. You are not.
They are sequestered.
Independent memory can be as accurate as written notes. You will be provided with paper and pen if you decide.
Thank you, Panda Bear Mom.
During the course of the trial, you should
Thank
not
you
talk
so
with any
much.
witness, defendant, or attorney involved in this case. Please do not talk with them about any subject whatsoever. You may see them in the hallway or at some other location. If you do, perhaps the best
Thank
thing
you
to
all
do
for
is
being
to
here.
You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is important that you wait until all the evidence is received and you have heard all of my instructions on the rules of law before you deliberate among yourselves. During the course of the trial, you'll receive all the evidence you may properly
You
consider
can't
to
see me.
decide the
Thank
case.
you. Ruby
Because of
Slippers,
this, you
good
should not
morning.
attempt to do any research on your own or gather any information on your own that you think might be helpful. Do not engage in any outside reading, visit any places mentioned in the case, or try to learn about the case outside of this courtroom in any other manner. I do not know, well, I do know. There will be media reports in the newspapers, on TV, or on the radio about this case. You are not permitted to read, watch, or listen to those reports. You, as jurors, must base your decisions solely on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. At times during the trial, an attorney may make an objection to a question that is asked by another attorney or to an answer the witness gives. This simply means the attorney is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made or from my ruling on that objection. My rulings only relate to the legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness will not be permitted to answer the question. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement that was made, you should put that statement out of your mind and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. You may not ask questions. It is the responsibility of the attorneys to present the evidence. You must decide the case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, I may ask a question or two of the witness. If I do, that does not indicate that I have any opinion about the facts in the case or that I have any opinion with respect to that witness's credibility. Finally, during the course of the trial, I may have to interrupt the proceedings to confer with the attorneys about the rules of law which should apply. In some cases, we may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing, and in some instances, I may ask you to retire to the jury room while we discuss the matter out of your presence. I ask your patience because these interruptions are necessary points in the trial where we have to resolve legal issues. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, we will then proceed to a sentencing, and you will set the punishment. If, after your deliberations, you find the defendant guilty of any other offense or offenses, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment in those offenses. This completes my opening comments to you. We will now proceed with the reading of the present. General.
Thank you, Judge.
They said this should last 2 to 3 weeks, y'all.
Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county of Forsyth.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stop.
Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county of aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being. Said killing being committed in the perpetration
She's
of
been in jail
or
ever
attempt
since
to
she was
perpetrate
arrested.
the felony crime of aggravated child
5
neglect.
years. They set her bond at
Contrary
$1
to
million,
Tennessee Code Annotated
and the
Section
judge would not budge on that.
39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impounded and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict
She
serious
sent them on a
bodily
wild
injury,
goose chase.
contrary to Tennessee Code
Lied.
Annotated Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less,
Yeah,
so as
that's
to
what people don't
adversely affect the
understand.
child's health and
Uh,
welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious
was
bodily
lied
injury
for-
to the child,
I mean,
Evelyn
she
May
was
Boswell.
lying to him as much
Contrary
as
to Tennessee
arrested.
Code
They
Annotated
can't
Section
arrest nobody in Tennessee.
39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-503, a Class C felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020,
Tax Act doesn't expect you to have all the answers.
Why is
That's
it
why
doing
we've got
this,
experts
man?
on hand who do.
I'm gonna have to call
Well,
him
the
and have a
answers
little
to
talk
tax
with him
stuff,
today.
not like if aliens are real or how to get washboard.
law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact
They
about
need
an
to give me a
offense or
refund this
incident
month.
within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer
No,
from
actually,
preventing the
Fly
offense
Girl,
or incident from
isn't he in the
occurring
military?
or continuing to occur.
She tried to blame him
The
too.
said false statement concerning the
Only his
defendant's alleged
father's in
lack
the
of
military,
knowledge,
right? I
the
see.
whereabouts of her infant daughter, and her alleged efforts to locate
He
her
was
daughter.
not involved at all.
Contrary to Tennessee Code
She did
annotated
this all on
section
her own, honey.
39-16-502,
She tried to blame her mama,
Class
her
D
mama's
felony, and
boyfriend.
against the
It was
peace
a
and
wild
dignity
goose
of the state
chase.
of
You'll
Tennessee.
see.
Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 9. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney
Me
General.
too, Main Mama 3.
Charge, false report, count 11.
There's no excuse. I can't find an
Grand jurors for
excuse.
Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment,
They can throw everything at me,
unlawfully,
honey,
knowingly,
and
and feloniously
I can't
make a statement
find
in response to a
any reason
legitimate
to excuse
inquiry
it.
by Federal Bureau of Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame of when the defendant gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502,
Yes, they have a safe haven law, and it started
Class D
in
felony against the peace and
2001.
dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry on December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn,
Yeah,
upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident.
John
within the
Wells said
officer's
he
concern,
searched for
to
Megan.
wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the
I mean
statement was
Evelyn,
false,
sorry.
and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 14. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela
No, you
Boswell,
can.
allegedly having taken her infant
You
daughter
can
in
charge without a
mid-December
body in
of
Tennessee.
2019,
Absolutely, you
and
can.
refusing to tell the
There's been
defendant of
several
her daughter's
cases.
location.
I
And
always
that she
say start
allegedly
with
did
Janet
not call
Marsh.
the police to report her infant daughter
March.
missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-13, Section 39-16-502.
Good morning, too many
Class D
shoes.
felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General.
Yes, Tommy did.
Charge false
father.
report, count 15.
And he had
The
absolutely
grand jurors for
nothing to do
Sullivan
with
County,
it.
Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid.
See that?
Contrary to Tennessee
She was even
Code
gonna let her
Annotated
mother go down for it.
39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or
Yeah,
about
better be.
February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern.
Some
She knew
people
what
think
she
the
was
Zaxby
doing every
Sensation
step of
salad
the
is
way.
too delicious to be a salad. That's why we call it a
That's what
salad.
she was doing.
These feet are hustling for customers. Sometimes I'm on my feet for over 16 hours a day. They get real cracked, dry. It's not good. I depend on healthy feet.
It's America's #1 selling foot cream for
Allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent
Oh,
in
she
Charge,
was
Chris
ICU.
Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge of use of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously,
I know, I want to
and
see
without
her
legal
face.
privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the
They
sensibilities
should make
of
their
an
desk have to
ordinary
sit this
person,
way.
contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. Charge: failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Stavas, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand
5
jury.
months later.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead in each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty in every count.
Thanks, sir.
Right.
Not guilty on every count.
Gentlemen, we have open statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes, all of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child had such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst
She knows it's
possible
D-Day.
way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story.
Oh.
And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof. But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. You know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it wasn't, it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January. The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going.
And if you think she's not smart, look at some of her interviews.
The entire month,
For an 18-year-old, she's very intelligent.
Where's Evelyn?
She was 18 at the time.
Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months.
More important, she knew right from wrong.
Pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February. She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally, law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing.
Stuck with nasal congestion? We've all been there. Afrin No Drip is here to help.
Wow.
Get ridiculously powerful nasal congestion relief in seconds. Stays right where it's sprayed. Whether it's allergies or a cold, Afrin is your go-to solution.
My friend wrote
the wow
too
is real.
And was praying.
Use as directed.
And he told my friend,
February
pray for Megan.
2020, when it's finally reported that the defendant's biggest believable story that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led them to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan Boswell told mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but it doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army.
Hey, Scotty.
In Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana. Pulling him out of his duty, I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one saw. No one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that.
Nice girl.
Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can. Her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time, and that it was Megan's, personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head.
Muster up them tears a little bit more,
Upside
like you
down
was
in
a
the
while
trash
ago, girl.
can, still in her purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. and that trash bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from many witnesses. You're going to hear all of the stories that she concocted, the lies that she told. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that links the defendant, Megan Boswell, and only the defendant, Megan Boswell, to this crime. One step further. This entire time, Evelyn is decaying, decomposing in this trash can, again, upside down and compressed. What is Megan Boswell doing? Is she mourning her child? Is she worried? Is she scared? What is she doing? What would a mother be doing? Well, it's not what Megan Boswell was doing. And you're going to hear that because Megan Boswell got a new boyfriend, and it conveniently happened at pretty much exactly the same time that Evelyn disappears. When no one sees Evelyn again, Megan Boswell has decided she's just going to, Evelyn just out of the head, and she's moving on with her life. And she is living her best life, and you will hear that. She has this new boyfriend who has money, or at least she thinks he has money, and she's going to have a better life for herself. Not her child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love. She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Bluntville, Tennessee. You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down, decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did. Is that what a mother does? So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and hoping, just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so
the whole time
she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that? It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child and she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance. She was gifted with a beautiful child, a healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to live her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
Well, now let's hear what he's got to say. I would hate to be a defense lawyer. I really would. Everybody's got their job to do, though.
Morning.
Too many shoes. You're welcome, honey.
She's right about some things. This is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a crash.
Did he even get her age right? Wasn't she 15 months?
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the officer.
He didn't even get her age right, did he, ICU? I might be wrong, but wasn't she 15 months old? And did he say 13 months old? I'm just curious. I don't want to rewind it because y'all know Smiley starts rewinding shit, and I'm gonna mess everything up.
I'll have you see it. Thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days more.
Ooh.
The order is very clear.
Yes, sir.
There'll be no lights. There'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury. That's disruptive to the lawyers. That's disruptive to this process. And I'm not even kidding.
I'm not even kidding, he said.
Whoever it comes from will immediately be held.
Oh, she was 18 months. I think he said 13 months just a minute ago.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I have it on not flash. On my settings.
Well, it went off because it was right in my face.
He ain't playing. He said if it goes off again, that flash, she's going to get 10 days in jail. No, it wasn't
What
the
stands for
prosecutor. It was the defense attorney said I think he said she was 13 months. And if that's the case, you'd think he'd get his shit together. Now, I could be wrong, but you would think, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's petty, of course, to what's going on, but I would just think he would know his client's baby's age, you know? It's like, come on now, get it right. Have a little decency. The mother didn't care. The least you could do is get it right. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion, but that's just me. Hey. Okay. I mean, I could go with it a little bit over a year, but when you straight out put out a exact thing, I just would hope you would get it right. I'm just saying. I digress. Yeah, I thought that's what I read last night. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure on that. So that's why I was just saying. I just caught what he just said as he was getting up, and then the judge stopped him. So I didn't want to mess up anything by trying to go back, because if I do, and I'm very surprised at all these ads and stuff. So they may be doing some updates and stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, what I read was 15 months, but hey, I could be wrong also. I was just curious. And what he read could have said something different, so that might be why he's saying it, but you'd think the mother would know, right? You know? You'd think the mother would know. I don't think she gives a damn at all.
For the ones ensuring the job always gets done, and the ones wearing many hats, Grainger offers professional-grade industrial supplies and real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
But that judge is not playing. They say he's real good, though. They say he's real good. Somebody was asking how long she's in jail. She's been in jail ever since she's been arrested, 5 years. And I think he said the bond at $1 million. And of course, she don't have her $1 million, honey. She wasn't getting out. But yeah, this baby was precious. She was so, so precious. And they do have a ton of pictures of her. This is the one I have on my thumbnail. She had tons of flowers and everybody came there and searched for her. But it says, "Justice for Evelyn, we love you." That was her memorial outside the Boswell family property on Muddy Creek in Bluentsville, Tennessee. That was Saturday, March 7th, 2020, when the authorities discovered her human remains that was believed to be her at the time. Yeah, that's what I was. Okay, right here it says missing 15-month-old toddler that was last seen in December. Look, this was people that come up there and search for her. This is the one that's most often showed. Her in that little chair. Good morning, H. Davis. Hello. Community members place items at a memorial for Evelyn Boswell outside the Boswell family property on Muddy Creek in Bluntsville. That was Saturday, March 7th, 2020. Authorities have discovered human remains believed to be that of Boswell, a missing 15-month-old toddler who was last seen in December. Look at her right here. How could anybody hurt that baby, or any baby for that matter? Look at that. Yeah, wait, what? That's about right. That's about right. Because I read it last night. I think in 2024, there was about 29, something like that. So that makes it about right. 3,500 people about this time. That is absolutely right. It's a small, small town. I know, those are the kind of cheeks you want to love and kiss and, woo, hey, baby. And this trial will be very triggering. Where's Summer? Hello, you're more than welcome. I just had to figure it out this morning, but I think we got it. Oh, that judge is not playing. I don't know if you was in the bushes or seen it or was listening. Where's Summer 1-800? But somebody flashed a camera in there or something, and he stopped, sent everybody out and told them, one more time, you're getting 10 days in jail. He wasn't playing, honey. He was not playing. Yeah. Look at that bow. And look, I don't understand. Listen, I don't understand. I don't understand if it was her dad, if it was her mom that come to see her and took these pictures. Look, these pictures. She's a beautiful baby. She was dressed up, clean, yada, 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 and all that stuff. Look at that. There was lots of pretty pictures took and stuff. What happened? What went wrong? What happened? And I'll bet this biatch didn't do it. I bet it was her family taking care of her. Or she just met this boy they were talking about just a minute ago, and hasta la vista, baby. She thought she was going to be better off. Another one thought she'd be better off. I hope so, Where's Summer? I hope so. Good morning, everybody coming in. Look, I'm just going down where they... Yeah. Wasn't that... What rotten, dirty scandal would try to pin something on their mother anyway? I'm just saying. I mean, that is some pretty low down, shady ass shit right there. Seriously. And if you go back and watch some of her stuff, look, she knew what she was doing, in my opinion. She was not dumb. She was not dumb. She knew what she was doing. I haven't seen him. They hadn't really showed much of the audience though yet. And then there's her little flyers when she was missing. Yep. Oh, yep. Oh, look at that balloon. Forever in our hearts. I mean, a life is something you can never, ever, ever get back. Why would you take somebody's life, especially a child? Hey, Rach and Rach. You're going to get caught. But why would you do that? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be triggering. There's going to be some triggering moments in this for sure. Absolutely. We haven't even got to, you know, we're just in day one, and they've just look at all that. Look at all that. This is going to go at least a couple of weeks, and that's what they speculate. Oh, he absolutely did. Oh, smile at him, girl. They let you go to the bathroom, I guess. You're lucky. Lucky ducky. I bet your baby would have loved to go to the bathroom. Please, these people. Here we go. Let's go. Full credit to Court TB, Tennessee State versus Megan Boswell.
All right.
And Judge ain't playing. Renee, I agree with you. I agree.
Whoever's muting the Zoom, stop. I'll be in charge of muting the Zoom.
He'll be in charge.
One stand, please.
Thank you all for being here this morning and watching this with me. Yeah, they did say it might last 3 weeks. Mm-hmm.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the parade. I just want you to know that wasn't the fault of any of the lawyers or the parties. It was just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? I'm just Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
I don't want to let my dog out this door.
Don't really know where I was at.
Just start over.
I was. that was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when I introduced Ms. Massey, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom who wants to be here discussing a dead child. Not nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated, intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem.
No, maybe it should be all of them, actually.
The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died. And they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she's went to, she has a very interesting theory. But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed. And the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in board hour, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if it's data significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing, is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this. What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility of what if this was accidental? What if Megan or
You don't accidentally put your kid in a trash can.
Hunter
Wrap it up.
Woods rolled over on that child in the bed? And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. And I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years. Ms. Harper talked about yesterday how your
Like the
life
judge
experiences
said,
are different.
use common sense.
Mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell.
She was pretty smart. She almost got away with it. She got her mother in trouble and everything else.
While she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child. But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something. That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old. And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old that wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea to each and every count. And we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you guys about certain things. And I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring.
I agree, Bama Cat.
In case the death of her daughter's death had already occurred, when she gave her statement. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer, and trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state, this is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. Ms. Massengill talks about Evelyn. Now get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. Now I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything, correct? Not a thing. The child, no. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, is going to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that she committed each and every element of the offense charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, the boyfriend that they talked about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan. But we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property, that he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mike. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things.
I'm sorry, I forgot I was muted. I said if she didn't do the crime she committed, I would actually feel sorry for her having this lawyer. I sure wouldn't want him for mine. He ain't even halfway through it.
Also, want to
I can tell he's not very good.
Smash Gill talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was, it didn't get on it. Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it.
Oh, he's going to try to blame the father now, the grandfather.
It's strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings.
It was not bad enough what she done to all of her family members, so he's going to go there?
Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately,
thank you, Maxine.
Your task was determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died of sudden death syndrome. Some upper range sudden death syndrome.
Yeah, he's picking up where Megan left off. Jesus.
That child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13. Could have died from that. It could have died from somewhere around the ocean, as I believe. Just negative. And certainly, disposing of that body the way it was disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's wrong. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about the last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual unnatural death. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child that's in good health or sudden if death. Had that have been included, should have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that. I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I probably cross-examined you a lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know the jury selection process. I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be against them. That's the only way. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for you.
Thank you, Scott. General, 21st witness.
Stay with call agent Brian Fraley.
I don't think that was a good thing trying to blame the grandfather, and that would have been on any side. I just don't think that was the right thing to do. I think that's going to hurt them, but it don't matter. She's screwed, in my opinion.
Brian Frey.
Yeah, and again, I would say if she's any kind of mother, but she ain't any kind of human being, she would never allow him to attack the family. Most people would say, no, that's enough. Just let's, get on with it. But
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
All right. What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office.
That's fair.
Criminal Investigation Division.
Y'all not hearing an echo, are you? Well, that's down there. It's loud.
All right. Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case. Certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that
Yes,
a fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
All right. And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Your Honor, that's speculation.
That's the word lies.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information? Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 17, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what the thought was.
Well, Judge,
Thank you, Holly. Thank you so much.
Sustained.
Agent Fraley, as a result of the call that you got, and let's step back a little bit. Tommy Boswell is the defendant's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Megan's father and Evelyn's grandfather.
All right. As a result of the phone call that you received from Mr. Boswell, what did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit for 6.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Before exhibit 6.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
You can use the one more thing.
Judge, Agent Fraley may need to step down. I don't know if he can. I may need him to step down for the witness. I don't know if he can. If I could hand him a laser pointer.
You need to, that's fine. As long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you see it okay
yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from?
Yes, sir. I can see that. And I have it in front of me as well.
Honey, I'd have had to
on my
step right
screen.
up all on it.
If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described. And
the Zaxby's Chicken Philly is back. Who's got the sauce? Zaxby's.
Come on now.
With Crypto.com, you can make your predictions about the results. Check it out now at Crypto.com or in the app.
I don't know why I'm getting all these commercials.
You want to stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
Darn it.
You gotta drag it up. That's the state.
I posted that in my community post, y'all.
It did.
If I can get a
You
better.
need me to disconnect the laptop, Judge? or-
This, I can change it.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, continue, please.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay.
We don't need it.
Now, Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that
I know it's fine, honey.
contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this one it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think there's 7, 8, and 9.
Objection? No, sir. To be full exhibit? How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot.
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order do you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them, the way you describe them. First one, the rug barn, the home. The second one's the rug barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close section of the rug barn.
May I see those? Make sure you've got the. All right, Agent Fraley, I'm got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother. And then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
Next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Next, Exhibit 9.
Yeah, again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse. And we searched it.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse?
There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen
I'm just
model,
curious. I mean,
common trash can, and
I'm
2
just
bags
asking,
of trash beside of
why
it.
didn't they search that when they first started searching? Why didn't they search all the property just because it was property and it was a baby missing? I'm just curious. Well, I guess because she gave them all them stories, but still, wouldn't you search all property since it was a baby? I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just asking.
Agent Fairley, I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture
Okay,
of what I
McKenna.
described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They had been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was. And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, or the trash bags. There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else with the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We found Megan, or I'm sorry, we found Evelyn, and we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. And Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection.
You'll never get over that.
Start at 10.
No.
Ten through 19, Judge.
Good point.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury. Agent Fairley, I'm going to start with Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
You would describe what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
As you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened, and it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted the way it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
So the only difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two. You can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion. Excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Oh yeah, then she tried to say she
Now
rolled
we're
over.
looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Very nice, Marie. Thank you for being here.
To you, or that you could see.
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specifically on this bag here. Well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, are we actually, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Y'all, this is going to be trigger warnings.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened?
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, a small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
this is Exhibit 17. Sorry,
yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the 2 bags. There's a keyboard there, a piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is Exhibit 18.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Trailer, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another piece of trash bag. Or,
okay. And Exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
Watching the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, the glove in the top portion of that is my hand, pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
okay,
if you will,
all right,
to take the photograph. And then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrived, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can, which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to hand you some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins. The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag. Eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph
he's having to relive
is
it.
just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well.
Oh my God.
That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4.
Y'all remember, this is trigger
Next picture,
warning.
different angle, same description of the body
please do.
of Evelyn, the aluminum foil, the purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there.
Evelyn Boswell case.
The next picture,
involves a little baby.
we start removing the layers
And it's
at the
they're
direction
gonna
of
be
the
showing
forensic
pictures.
pathologist, the doctor.
There's things
And
that you
this
know
next
about this
picture is
trial that
us
is coming
removing the aluminum foil
unsealed
that
and has
was
been
wrapped
sealed for 5
tightly
months,
around the
5
head of
years.
Evelyn. And this is shows my hands
And it's going to be
and
very triggering.
Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso, and her head is in a backward position, situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag. The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle.
Renee.
And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So this is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn, advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through?
Yes, sir.
That night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir, in the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
So, Judge.
This first one 20.
First one's 20. I'm moving here. Are there going to be more series of things?
Yes. Well, yes. Yes.
And it's the first stage of removing the contents of that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there, and the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Tears ran dry. I totally understand.
Now exhibit 22.
Seen for
Again,
pictures up
my hand and arm here
images
with the contents of
totally understand.
what was inside the trash can, same
This is
contents,
very
the
triggering.
bag with containing Evelyn's
I'm not
body.
sure many people can watch this. Thank you for being here.
23.
This is the bag removed and placed. This is the body bag explained with the evidence marker with me here in the background.
And at this point in time, the bag has been completely removed from the trash can.
Yes, sir, it has.
Now showing you exhibit 24.
Yes, sir. That's my hand there, starting to remove or peel back that trash can or trash bag, and the first portion of removing that layer that shows again the fleece, the gray and white fleece blanket, and then over here you start to see the aluminum foil that had covered Evelyn's head.
All right. So just so the jury is orientated as far as the photograph's concerned, Evelyn's head, as you all found it, is in the left. As we're looking at the photograph on the left side.
As we're looking at this photograph, her head would be right underneath where my hand is, covered in this aluminum foil. It's still inside the bag at this point.
Now looking at exhibit 25.
This is just the first photograph of Evelyn's body outside the trash bag. The trash bag has now been fully separated from Evelyn's body. Again, the evidence marker number 4. This is my hand here removing and holding the bag. This would be her head on this side of the photograph with her feet on this side of the photograph. Again, as I've described earlier, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
That's what I'm wondering, Scotty.
So we're clear for the record when you're describing the
I know
head,
February.
looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at. But facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
But if you're talking how long did it take to get to her actual body, it seems like it's taking forever, don't it? Bless his heart, man.
To reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything. Your laptop may have low battery. I don't know if it's plugged in.
I know, Bama Cat. I almost jumped out of my seat while ago. I was not prepared for that. And I bet that jury was not either. Even though they knew it was coming, they're never prepared for something like that. My God.
I'll just use the Elmo judge.
Well, I mean, I've got the blue screen, but I don't know if it's. To me, it's not showing. If see what I'm seeing.
Taxes was waiting and wondering and worrying.
Everybody's just doing that.
Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who does everything for you.
Giving me the freaking. I don't understand it. Why am I getting commercials? Is it doing it on everybody else's?
This is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
Oh my God.
Showing you exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso. Again, here talked about
Absolutely, Renee.
The aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing as the insect activity of mid stages of pupa. That is basically in between the larvae section and the adult sections of the insect typical as flies.
Now looking at exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body that's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
at this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction of the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer.
Yeah, Deb, they blocked the most graphic
taking it through
ones.
the trash
They
can,
showed
to the
one
trash
earlier
bag,
that was
to the
pretty graphic.
aluminum foil, to the fleece blanket, down
I
to
think you
the
probably should be
purple
glad
onesie.
you're not seeing these because these are pretty graphic. I can't
Now
see them
looking at
either.
exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Holly, I have no idea. There's no way I could be a defense
Now
attorney.
exhibit 31.
That's the first.
It's
Again,
one
as we
and everybody
as I've described,
deserves defense, but to defend this,
taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of the face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, we Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn and her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just a next step, continuing removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. It's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay. Now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be, this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because the way it's faced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here, but her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie. And the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head, this being the hand I just described, the pink, purple onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right. And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head. So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph, with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
And now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, it's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again,
Oh, I hear it now.
Even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins, and this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Now that could be the jury, honey.
Yes.
Sometimes it's hard to keep stuff together.
Sorry, hold on a second. Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
If we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you exhibit 37.
Like Christina. I know a lot of people who did.
The black and white photograph.
Black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face?
Get 4 weeks free when you sign up for Uber One for Students.
Get through a channel show or whatever you want to call it without one.
Looking at the back of her head. Yeah, again, it's advanced decomposition.
But
the fact that there was advanced decomposition,
or is she fine because she knows she's going to jail? She's already in jail,
process the scene there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction of the medical examiner and the team from forensic center.
Holly.
Once we got to this last picture where we were at, call was made. Hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department.
Maybe we'll
just where we had better lighting, better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
Yeah, they need a break.
We're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos.
Yes.
Just leave that.
Okay.
Because you put it down electronically, it's from the system.
Yeah, it's her crying. I was like, yeah.
Agent Fraley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series So I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's.
No, it was no reason. And honey, Christina, she was smart as an 18-year-old. She was very smart. I'm surprised how intelligent.
This
she was.
first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it.
I bet she's smart enough to sit there and cry them tears right now.
And the bottom of that, the most notable item
I bet it ain't
is
for
a
that
Martha
baby.
White chocolate chip.
Some people's good
wrapper
actresses. That's why
with
they got a
other
job in
items.
Hollywood.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Don't forget.
Yes, sir, it was. The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn and the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can. Evelyn still remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on March the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe, exhibits 39 through 44.
Judge, before exhibits 39.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge.
Wonder
Judge
why.
Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 39.
Yes, sir. Again, the top view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip.
Oh, I can't wait to see Tommy
bag.
testify.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that?
I mean, there's.
Is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
Yeah. So once we removed the body of the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes. Again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or use the
sorry,
laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab. And again, there's that fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can These 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse, that's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where that all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the forensic center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the items, the other items, to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same.
Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir. Same picture, or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before.
There's the gum.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those are, like I said, we're on the front porch of the playhouse.
And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Licklauder and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
yes,
right?
She
okay.
That among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
those
she wrapped in?
Exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to break. We'll be back about 1:15. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the court officer. Don't stand, please. Be seated. Now, I've also got information the witness that the question is out.
Fried chicken and wontons and teriyaki glaze and an egg roll. Some people think the Zaxby Sensation salad is too delicious to be a salad. Yep, that's why we call it a salad. The Zaxby Sensation salad. Zaxby's.
Come on now.
I mean, otherwise I'll just ask to be held without bond.
I don't care what you do. I don't think it's the purpose.
Okay, let's
Tell a witness to talk to someone or not.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'll tell him.
You want it brought in.
I can tell him if he doesn't come back and I don't come back. he will be held.
Yeah, that's fine. No.
Yeah, bring him in.
You want me to step down, Your Honor,
Yeah.
to provide this for him?
Come discuss the
Yes, sir.
rules of office. You can't discuss this with any other witness or allow them to discuss their. What's his name? I don't have to look at it.
Austin Beller.
Last name?
Beller. F-E.
So are they on lunch break? Jury would be back at 1:15. So what are they doing now? Are they on lunch break or what? I might have missed that part, but look on here. Live court. Said live court's on lunch break. So what are they doing though? Right. Let's get it right. Megan is the mom. Evelyn was the baby. So right now, it looks like they're outside of the jury presence. And I guess they're on lunch break. And they'll be back at 1:15. Is that correct? No, who's that?
You were served with a subpoena in the court Monday, and you didn't come, which is why we're here today with you in custody. I'm going to set a $500 secure bond. You can make that through a bond company. You are a material witness in this case. What happens if you don't come back to court after you make that bond? And you are now instructed by this court that you will appear at this court no later than 9 a.m. every day except Sunday, and that includes Saturday, until you are either called as a witness or released as a witness. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you
That's a
fail
juror.
to do that, and we have to come find you. You'll be held in custody of the sheriff.
Oh,
no
he
bond
didn't show up.
until the case is over, and that could take us about 50 days. That would be no problem.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to be here back at 1:15 if you make that bond.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think that was a juror, and wasn't it? Maybe he didn't show up.
Now, if you don't mind, just so it's. So,
I don't know, but that judge ain't playing.
we'll be back at 1:15.
Court stands in recess.
Okay, so the court stands in recess until 1:15.
Did you guys remove your mic from your table?
I got sent back off because I thought we was cutting our mic off.
So I'm gonna I guess I'll take court TV off of here for just a minute. Whoops. And we'll just come back. Do y'all just want to come back at 2:15, or do y'all want to stay here and talk, or what? Because I need to go use the potty, and I need to fix some coffee, and I need to do all of that. Y'all are more than welcome to stay here and chat while I do that, or it's up to you, whatever you want to do. But I can just leave it up and let y'all chat if you want to. But I do got to go potty and fix some coffee and do all the things because I was running late this morning. But I'll be back. I'll be right back. Y'all can sit here and chat if you want to. It's up to you. I'll take my phone with me if you need me, and I'll, watch it or whatever. You'll come back? Okay. Yeah, y'all just come in and out as you want to. I'll have my phone with me. If I get any trolls during this crazy stuff, I will just whack a doodle on myself if I have to. But, yeah, I'll be back. Let me put this, stop cam. We'll do that. How about that? There's a little music playing in the background still, so I don't forget to turn it back on. I hope it's not too loud. I'll turn my microphone on. Okay. So, hello, everybody. I hope you got you something to eat or drink or all the things. I checked, and Court TV, of course, they're still not on. They still have their little thing up. So, I'm just going to kind of go over this, what News 10 put out, and just kind of read over it a little bit, their news, while we're waiting. And it says the trial is underway for a Sullivan County mom accused of killing her 1-year-old daughter. The jury will be sequestered for the duration of the trial. Jurors will be staying in a hotel with no cell phones and limited television access. Opening statements began Wednesday morning in the trial of a Sullivan County woman accused of killing her 15-month-old daughter. A sequestered jury of 12 with 2 alternates, including 8 men and 6 women, will decide the fate of Megan Boswell. Boswell is accused of murdering her child, Evelyn, and trying to cover up her death. The case gained statewide and national attention in February 2020 when investigators began weeks-long Amber Alert search for the toddler before finding her remains inside a trash can on family property. The jury will be sequestered for the duration of the trial. Jurors will be staying in a hotel with no cell phones and limited television access. WCYB reports. Judge Jim Goodwin said it has been 15 to 20 years since a jury was sequestered in Sullivan County. Now, y'all seen in this trial this morning, as it started, he is a no-nonsense judge, and he ain't playing. Don't go in there trying him, because he ain't playing. And if you get a seat in there, don't let your flashes go off. Don't take in your cameras and play no games and think you're going to get by with it, because you're not. He is not playing. He will put you in jail. He will put you in jail immediately. The notoriety of the case and the safety of the jury were the reasons he decided to isolate the jury for the duration of the trial. Boswell faces charges of felony murder, premeditated first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect, tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse, and multiple counts of false reporting in connection with the death of her toddler, Evelyn Boswell. The state of Tennessee announced December 2020 that it wouldn't seek the death penalty for Megan Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigations Senior Specialist Agent Brian Farley was called as the prosecution's first witness. Boy, that man was tore up, y'all. I don't see how he held it together. You could see the emotion in his face. I feel for that man, I do. So he was the first witness. Farley was called in to investigate Evelyn's disappearance the day after the Amber Alert was issued. He eventually helped locate the body inside the playhouse on Boswell's father's property. More than 35 graphic photographs were shown of how Evelyn's body was found. The courtroom was very quiet as Farley described the photos in detail. He said Evelyn's body showed advanced stage of decomposition, citing the age of insects found on the body and the bodily fluids found nearby. Boswell could be seen weeping in the courtroom. The trial broke for lunch and is expected to resume at 1:15. and that is 12:15 Central Standard Time, if you're on Central Standard Time. Defense's opening statements. Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott, started his opening with saying the prosecution is right about a lot of things. There is not a person in this courtroom that wants to be discussing a dead child, Scott said. He told the jury they would hear a theory from the medical examiner as to how Evelyn died. The state doesn't know how that child died, and they couldn't prove how that child died, Scott said. Scott said Evelyn could have died of sudden infant death syndrome, or that she could have died from co-sleeping with her mother. Well, we know he's got to have a defense, right? That's his job, and he's sticking to it. Okay? Can't blame him for doing his job, I guess. I would call 911, but I'm not 18, he said. He said Boswell had Evelyn when she was in foster care and had a different life experience than himself. He asked the jury to put themselves in her shoes. Honey, I bet they were looking at him like he was fucking crazy, but that's just me. She absolutely lied to the police, Scott said. She was an 18-year-old scared to death girl talking to the TBI. But guess what? She was, y'all. She was an adult. She could have went in the military. She had a baby. She was able to vote. She could have done a lot of things, honey. And in my opinion, she was a smart 18-year-old. Go back and watch some of her videos where they interviewed her and stuff on news. Oh, she was smart. Anyway, he was just doing his job, right? So he said asking the jury to find her innocent probably sounds disingenuous. Lord have mercy. Scott said police focused on his client from the beginning of the investigation and hinted other people may have been involved. Well, he concluded his opening by thanking the jury for their service and apologized to the jurors during the jury selection. I'm sure he was pretty hateful to them, but he apologized to them. I guess he's trying to get on their good side today. But again, that's his job. The jury was then escorted out of the courtroom. Just as the defense was beginning its opening statements, the judge abruptly dismissed them. That's why they were escorted out. A photographer took a picture with a flash in the courtroom. The judge told the photographer if it happened again, they'd be held in contempt of court and given 10 days in jail. The photographer apologized to the judge, and there was a brief recess. That judge ain't playing, y'all. When the jury came back, the judge told them he had to deal with the a procedural manner, and opening statements got back underway. Prosecution's opening statements. Assistant District Attorney Amber Massengale presented opening statements. Boswell could be seen crying throughout Massengale's statements. In my opinion, I believe that was her, but that's just me. Y'all know how I can be sometimes, but I don't think I'm the only one. Massengale gave the jury rundown of Boswell's action. Between December 6, 2019 and February 2020, when Evelyn's body was found, it's a tragedy when a child dies, Massengale said. But it was preventable. It was a preventable tragedy. Evelyn did not have to die. She said Boswell was trusted to take care of Evelyn, but she failed her in the worst possible way. 5 years later, we're asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell, Massengale said. The prosecution said Boswell concocted many different stories depending on who she was talking to, and it took months to report the little girl missing. Boswell's father, Tommy, eventually reported Evelyn missing after giving his daughter an ultimatum. Evelyn was always in the same place, and Megan Boswell knew that, Massengale said. The prosecution said Evelyn was found in a kitchen trash bag stuffed inside a trash can with other debris. She was wrapped in a blanket and had aluminum foil wrapped around her head. The 13-month-old child was still wearing the purple onesie pajamas. The evidence only links one person to this crime, Massengale said. In the meantime, the prosecution said Boswell got a new boyfriend around the time Evelyn was last seen. She was living her best life, and you will hear that, Massengale said. The prosecution said Boswell was taking trips to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge. All the while, her daughter is upside down, decomposing in a trash can. In closing, Massengale told the jury she believes the jury will find Boswell guilty on every count. She was gifted a beautiful child, she said. Megan Boswell already had her chance. It's Evelyn's chance now. Judge Godwin gave the jury the rundown on how the trial will go, from the presentment of the charges to closing argument. He told the jurors it is their duty to listen carefully and take notes. If they need to, in order to rule on this case, jurors were told not to speak to attorneys, not to speak to the media, or to the defendant. If they see any of them during the breaks throughout the trial, they are not allowed to do their own research related to the case or do anything outside reading about the case. When Judge Godwin finished, he outlined the trial. The presentment of all 20 charges against Boswell were read by Deputy District Attorney William Harper. The judge then asked Boswell's attorney how his client pleads to all the charges, and he said not guilty. So that's how the day started off today. And they are at lunch right now, and they should be back pretty soon. This case will be triggering. They're unsealing some things that have been sealed for 5 years now. Yes, Megan has been in jail ever since she was arrested. And the judge did not go lenient on her. He did not lower her bond. And she could not afford to get out. And I say good for him. She's been in there this entire time. And I think the jury will come to the conclusion of what everybody already knows. And Court TV was good to cover up earlier. There was a little piece that got out of the baby in the trash can where we saw the legs. That even shocked me. I cannot imagine what that officer had to live through and has to live through the rest of his life. And not just with Evelyn, but with any case they have to go through, with finding what these parents and anybody does that's so disgusting as taking a human life and what they do. because they're so evil. But with a baby, it's so much harder. Where Summer said, I do believe others were involved after the fact. What she done to Evelyn, I believe her mama and her mama's boyfriend either told her where to put Evelyn or help her with Evelyn. Just my opinion. I don't know, but everybody is allowed to their opinion. I don't know. Yeah, I saw that, Rach. She cried, but as soon as she hit her face behind her hand, she immediately stopped, then looked up to see if the jury's response. Yeah, and some people are just really good actresses. And again, that's what I said. That's why they get jobs in Hollywood, right? You can turn on the tears and turn them off in really fast. Thank you, Millie. Let's check what's going on here. Yeah. It's still not on yet. Hold on a minute. Okay. Actually, I could do this. Hold on a minute. I could just turn the music off, right? No, I don't want to watch the Super Bowl. What? Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, we can just leave it right there, I guess. Yeah. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act, 1976. Allowance is made for fair use and purposes such as criticism, commenting, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And that's what we are doing, news reporting. Criticism. Smiley always has criticism. We're commenting. We're trying to teach people you don't do these things. And for research, right? And full credit definitely goes to Court TV. They're always on all of these cases. Please go download their app. Carry it on your phone. Download it on your phone. Carry them with wherever you go. We always listen to Court TV. We listen to Court TV in the car. We listen to Court TV on trips. We listen to Court TV in the beds. Even before I was on YouTube, it was Court TV, everything. Court TV. Love Court TV. Love me some Court TV. Y'all all go sub to Court TV. They got it going on, honey. And that's for real. Love me some Court TV. Y'all all go over there and sub, like, share, all the things. Also, I know that, well, as I just read from News Channel 10 is covering this. I know Ainsley Daniels is covering this. Knoxville, of course. Look, everybody is covering this as far as the news. But Court TV is the one, honey. Court TV. Such a beautiful baby. Such a beautiful baby. I don't understand at all. Let me look up something. Hold on. I don't know when her father will testify, but I can't wait to see that. Okay, let's see. Hold on what this says. Hold on a minute. Okay, this was back in March 2020. Father of Evelyn Boswell and his family released statement. This undated photo, that's the one of her in the little rocking chair, purple chair, released to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, shows Evelyn Mae Boswell. Megan Boswell, 18 years old, mother of the 15-month-old girl, is charged with making a false report, according to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Remains believed to be that of toddler were found Friday, March 6, 2020 in Tennessee, ending the 17-day search across 3 states for her, authorities said. Okay, hold on. A representative for Evelyn Boswell's father and his family has released a statement to CBS affiliate WJHG, according to WJHL. This is the first time the father, Ethan Perry, and his family has spoken since reports that Evelyn remains were found March 6 on her grandfather's property. The full statement reads, "While we continue to ask for privacy, as we grieve this terrible tragedy, it has come to our attention there are various unauthorized fundraising efforts in Evelyn's and our family's behalf in regards to Evelyn. Also, there are those on social media claiming to speak to our family. These claims are false. Our focus has always been Evelyn, and now on the investigation and bringing all those responsible to justice. We have complete faith and confidence in law enforcement to do just that. We ask you all again, please respect our privacy. At the same time, we would also like to thank the public for their outpouring of love for Evelyn and law enforcement for their incredible dedication to this case. When and if the appropriate time comes for statements, fundraisers, etc., it will come from our family and be relayed to and confirmed by trusted media and or the authorities. Thank you, Stephen Pappas." So they were even trying to do fundraisers in their name and all kinds of stuff. So all that had happened too. As I'm sure it does in every case. But that was going on. Somebody was asking earlier about the father. Let's see. He spoke out, the father did. He spoke out days after, saying that he and his family are standing with the police as they investigate the case. Their focus has always been on Evelyn and now on the investigation, bringing all those responsible to justice. Ethan Perry and his family say in a statement, "We have complete faith and confidence in law enforcement to do just that." And again, it says Evelyn was last seen sometime in December, according to the TBI, but she is officially reported missing that in February, several weeks after she vanished. Authorities have learned that Evelyn was missing after hearing from an older male. That would be her father. And I just had a pop up. Hold on. That would be Tommy. We stated we had not seen the toddler since the holidays. And Evelyn's mother, Megan Maggie Boswell, was arrested on February 25th and charged with 1 count of false reporting after a body that appeared to be Evelyn's was found last Friday, and a judge raised her bond from $25,000 to $150,000 at that time. Every time we talk to her, her story changes, said Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy, and they told reporters after that. And I'm serious about that. Every single time. Ethan Perry did not have custody of Evelyn, and it's unclear when he and Maggie broke up. We ask you all again to please respect our privacy, said the Perry family in a statement. At the same time, we would also like to thank the public for their outpouring of love for Evelyn and law enforcement and for their incredible dedication to the case. So that was what was going on back then. The mom of the teen girl, also they had conflicting and different stories. Hold on. I mean, this whole thing was a wild goose chase. Hey, Holly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. William McLeod was the mom's boyfriend. I wonder if they'll call the mom, the boyfriend, and all of those. I'm sure they will. So he sang a song telling where she's at when he got out of jail. They were both, Angela and McLeod were both booked into custody for fugitive warrants that was unrelated to the disappearance. Remember that? They were stealing something or something like that. But Megan tried to throw her mom under the bus and say she had Evelyn. And sometimes I wonder if they just tried to arrest them. I know they had warrants and stuff, but if they tried to arrest them to see if they would talk and say where the baby was. Megan loaned her mom the car that her boyfriend let Megan drive. Then Megan reported the car as stolen. I remember it was pretty weird. Sherry Vaughn said, sitting here after 5 years to get justice for baby Evelyn. Justice is slow but final, but can't help but think of you, sweet Summer. Exactly. When will you get your justice? Amen. Amen. I'm with you on that, Sherry. So many kids out there missing, and it's like, why can't they be found? Why? And then it's, I don't even want to go there. Monkey. Why? He needs to come home. Why? And these people are going to get theirs, but where's Monkey? It's sad. Megan was only described as 2 feet tall, and she weighed about 28 pounds. 28 pounds. I mean, it takes a real monster. So, okay, here we go. So, 2 people arrested in connection with the disappearance of 15-year-old or a 15-month-old girl from Tennessee. 2 people have been arrested and charged in connection with an Amber Alert for 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell, who was last seen 2 months ago. The baby's 42-year-old. I knew she was. That's what I thought. Okay. The baby's 42-year-old grandmother, Angela Boswell, and William McLeod, 33, was found traveling in a gray 2007 BMW and arrested in Wilkes County, North Carolina. Tennessee authorities said Friday they were looking for the vehicle and believed the occupants of the car have information about the toddler's whereabouts. But Evelyn is still missing. The mother, Megan Boswell, was in the process of buying the BMW in question for her mother, Angela Boswell. Okay, that's the story. Like, Megan was going to buy the BMW for her mother. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, hold on. I got another pop-up. Gosh, darn it. Hold on a minute. I don't know if I can get back to this. Hold on. It ain't going to let me in it. It's going to make me. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, but that purchase was never completed and no money was exchanged for the vehicle. The owner of the BMW was unable to contact Megan or Angela, and the car was reported stolen, the sheriff's office said. Angela Boswell and McLeod, both Tennessee residents, are being held in Wilkes County jail, each charged with theft over $2,500, according to the sheriff's office. Angela Boswell is also being held on a violation of probation warrant of theft in the news release. Both are awaiting extradition hearings, and both are being transported back to Sullivan County. The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office said They're scheduled to appear in court Monday, according to Wilkes County Sheriff's Office. It's unclear whether there is any representation for McLeod and Boswell. Baby wasn't reported missing for 2 months. Evelyn hasn't been seen since December, but wasn't reported missing until this week. At news conference Friday, Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy said the investigation began Tuesday afternoon when his office received a referral from the Tennessee Department of Children's Services. The baby's grandfather had reported the child missing. The TBI initially said the child hasn't been seen since December 26, but Cassidy said Friday he believed Evelyn hadn't seen the baby since December 10th or 11th, when the babysitter reported last seeing the child. When Evelyn's mother had been cooperating with the law enforcement, she had given them conflicting stories, Cassidy said. Evelyn's mother lives in Sullivan County, and her father is on active duty in the military. He's a serviceman stationed in Louisiana, Cassidy said. Her mother has sole custody, he said. We're conducting an investigation, and obviously we're talking to as many people as we've come in contact with that knew the child. Sullivan County Sheriff's Office spokesman Andy Seabolt told CNN affiliate WCYB earlier this week, "We want to know why the child was not reported missing." The young girl has blonde hair and blue eyes, and police said she was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit, pink shoes, and a pink bow tie, or a pink hair bow. And then if you have any information, to call the sheriff's office, and it has the number. I don't know. But it's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yep, Evelyn Mae Boswell. Evelyn Mae Boswell. It's sad. Okay, they should be coming back here soon. I agree. I hope wherever Summer's at, she gets her justice and peace one day. I'm telling you. Oh, I don't think so. No. He was just in the military. She tried to say that he had her and he hadn't seen her since Christmas. I don't think there was ever any. I mean, he hasn't seen her, so I don't think there was any doubt. It's just that he didn't have her. She didn't care that he was in the military. She was just going to tell that lie anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So they did make a law. You only got so many hours to report your child. Right, Millie. Hey, Millie. Oh, thank you, Millie. Let's see. Court TV showing it? Well, where's it at? Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold on. Thank you for that. There we go. Thank you. I wonder if she's going to get on the stand. I don't know. She's pretty brazen, if you ask me.
TaxAct doesn't expect you to have all the answers. That's why we've got experts on hand who do. Well, the answers to tax stuff. Not
they just taking care of business hours. I mean, not hours, business outside the jury. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I know this is a lot to go over for them.
All right, I'm looking at the newest edition of Tennessee Law of Evidence, 7th edition. I'm on page 8-6. Under Rule 803, 1.2, admission by party opponent. The statement offered against a party, it is A, the party's own statement, is not excluded by the hearsay rule. And in the entirety of 806, I'm sorry, of the discussion of Rule 803, 1.2, well, in the book, it's section 8.06. But the rule is actually 803, 1.2. There is no discussion of a rule of completeness as applied to the exclusion of a party opponent. The only thing it says is that the person against whom the statement is used may testify. And of course, this is a criminal case, so she's not required to.
Judge, it's what we refer to Rule 106, Rule of Evidence. I think that discusses the doctrine of completeness and the process of closing the case. The case versus Flores from Tennessee.
Since I already have these issues, that's why I set so many hearings before court.
I understand. I didn't expect they would dismiss that count of the indictment. They not and do this.
One what?
106, Your Honor.
I had to get my black robe on. All I need is my gavel. I'll get my hubby to bring me a hammer in here. Don't tell nobody. Let's see. Cover this up.
With Crypto.com Sports, you can make your predictions about the big game.
Driving me nuts.
Trade on the outcome using dollars or crypto. And if your prediction is correct, you profit. Check it out now at Crypto.com or in the app.
Want to know why I pay for something I can't get?
So, under a 106 evaluation,
the meat cleaver, yeah.
The question is, I don't know what the rest of the thing says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask. As far as that, all it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of a videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of the defendant's guilt was overwhelming and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's in this tape. I haven't seen it. Today, hearing tonight. So that's what I'm asking.
Good. My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't. I don't have to show that there's something misleading.
That's absolutely, it does. I mean, it's right out of the.
Can I finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, and they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Yeah. You've got the cases on that.
Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the unpublished case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found at 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part. The rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party. I did not introduce any part of her statement. I asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was
Hey,
dead.
Mike.
I didn't ask what she said.
Good afternoon.
She did. If she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to you, in which she get. I mean, I don't have her go back. If that's what you want me to do. I mean,
And I would further point the court, the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talks. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says Rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context if the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything. Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look at the cases.
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through it. We can have a minute, I'll collect and send them back. I just may need time to do it. Back to your staff.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I step out for a few minutes?
Yeah, we'll take, we're still on, we're still on the radio.
Somebody is not happy. What y'all think about that? Well, it ain't gonna be funny if that judge throws somebody in jail today because he ain't happy. That judge is no nonsense, let me tell you. He is no nonsense. So that her attorney is I don't know. I just knew in his opening arguments there was going to be problems today. I agree to that. They're all prepared. They probably got a bag packed in the back just in case. I know one thing. I don't know if who all was in here earlier when it first came on. And I'm not just trying to rag on him because he's the defense attorney. But that lady right there, the one Mike's talking about, she was looking at him like oh God, I just couldn't believe his opening statement. I'm just telling you. Girl, too many shoes. I've tried to type without mine several times and no telling what I've typed. Let's see if I can do this. Hold on. I don't know when they're going to come back. That's what makes me worry. Okay, I think, well, no, that's 10 minutes. We'll do that one later. Stop. Okay, look at this. This was back February 25th with News Channel 11. Just listen to her.
County child 1 week after an Amber Alert was issued. This is News Channel 11 at 5. I'm Sarah Diamond. Josh Smith is off tonight. Investigators have followed up on more than 500 leads with no credible sightings as the search continues for 15-month-old Evelyn Boswell. An Amber Alert was issued for her last week. A reward fund for information leading to her safe return now stands at nearly $59,000. New at 5 tonight, Megan Boswell, the mother of Evelyn, tells us she is pregnant again. She said she was unable to take a polygraph test. She said for that reason. This as the investigation into Evelyn's whereabouts continues. In an interview with News Channel 11 last night, Megan told us that her mother, Angela Boswell, was the last person to have Evelyn. I was trying to protect my mom, making hopes, oh, well, she just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to. News Channel 11's Kelly Rosefield joins us now live from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where deputies responded to some of the claims that Megan Boswell made in that interview with us last night. Kelly? Sarah, after interviewing Megan last night, we did follow up on some of the things she said. During the interview, she stated that she knew where Evelyn was the entire time. She says her mother, Angela Boswell, took Evelyn to a campsite in Mendota that she says she told TBI to search and they did it. After speaking with investigators, they say that's just not true. In a press conference last week, Sheriff Cassidy said Megan Boswell's story continued to change throughout the course of the investigation. After speaking with her Monday night, she said she told police who had Evelyn from the start. I know she has to be in a campground in Mendota with somebody. And Mom told me that they had a silver camper. That's all she would tell me. She claimed TBI did not search campgrounds in the Mendota area. According to Captain Andy Seabolt with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, they did check. They also checked every site again last night and found nothing. We also asked about the rumors of her being pregnant, which at the time she denied. But new developments Tuesday has her confirming she is pregnant. She released this news by stating it was the reason she couldn't take a polygraph. We reached out to investigators and officials with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office say they don't even have a polygraph. TBI officials told us Megan was not scheduled to meet with a polygraph examiner through them either. As investigators continue their search for Evelyn, they also continue their search for the truth. I did speak with Megan earlier this afternoon, asking her for an interview regarding these new developments, and she declined. Coming up at 6, I'll tell you how community members are calling for action when it comes to punishing the parents who don't report their.
You hear that? They didn't even have a polygraph there. And also, did you hear how she was like laughing? She's very smart. She wasn't a dumb 18-year-old. She knew exactly what she was doing. And she was never pregnant again. I mean, there's all kinds of them out there doing interviews with the news and stuff. I don't want to play them right now because I don't know when these people are going to decide to come back. Yeah, exactly. Wasn't it funny? They didn't even have a polygraph there. Oh, yeah, Holly, you didn't know that? She tried to blame her mom and her mom's boyfriend, and she changed her story so many times, and yeah, among others, the baby's daddy was military. She even tried to say the baby was him. She didn't even care that he was on the military base. None of that even mattered to her. Nothing. None of it. Y'all buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. I'm not even sure. You think Casey Anthony and Zanny the nanny and the walking the cops into the fake job and everything else was wild? This girl was going to railroad her own mom and everything. Everything. It was wild. I mean, there is some lines you draw to, I mean. And she just stood there with a straight face and, I just hope she gets the full life without no parole, never sees daylight again. Unfortunately, they didn't have death. They took death off the table because of her age. She was grown enough to do this, wasn't she? I used to not believe in death, but she was grown enough to do this to this baby. I saw that, Rage. I sure did. She talking about Casey Anthony. I sure did. And yeah, she home wrecked that, and then she went on her merry way. She's not with him anymore. Absolutely. She sure did. What do you expect out of these home wreckers? What do you expect? And once a cheater, always a cheater. Yeah, because she needs to sit there the rest of her life, and some people, you're right, some people the death penalty is just too good for, actually. I'm not sure what she did, but if she copied anybody, but she was smart enough to know what she did. She did. She knew. And that's my opinion. She didn't show no mercy. I don't know how you could hurt that beautiful baby. Sweet, sweet baby. Rage, right? Well, I think everybody that thinks they get with her and they're going to be the one is for this infamous fame or something. I don't know what they're thinking, for God's sakes. I couldn't imagine going in public with her. You couldn't really. I wouldn't think. In my wildest dreams, I wouldn't want to go out. But hey, Somebody sent me a picture the other day. I don't know where she was at. I'm like, oh God, please don't tell me. It looked like she was back in Florida, but it kind of looked like our beaches because not all Florida beaches look as beautiful as ours does. I'm like, oh my God, where's she at? Don't tell me she's here. But I don't know. And but she's looking old. She's starting to really show she's looking old. She ain't that little cutesy. Well, not that she was ever cute, but you know what I'm saying? She's her age is starting to wear on her. It should. Exactly, Millie. You are correct. You are correct. Because she knew they would search his property and find Evelyn. But guess what? Guess what? When it come down to it and he told her, you produced my grandbaby, guess what? Because I'm turning your ass in. She knew it was over. And he did just that. He said what he meant, and he meant what he said. Because she couldn't produce that grandbaby. That's right. Oh, okay. Let me write that down. I had a pen up here a while ago. What did I just do with that? Oh, there it is. I was like, I was writing with it. My goodness. I can't keep up with the pen. I will look it up. I got sent another case this morning from, I think it was from London. I'll have to look at it. I want to look at it. I did look at it briefly, and I think I'm going to do that one too. I love getting new stuff. Oh, Lord, let's hope. It was it. You know, I never think I can be surprised, but, you know, I always say that. I can't be surprised, but just when you think you can't be surprised, you are surprised. It's like, oh, my Lord. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. I don't know how these people come up with this stuff. Lord. I just had something pop up on my phone in this county where this woman was arrested after stealing over $200,000 from her employer. How do these people think they're going to get away with that shit? I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. So that judge said they're going to be in court even on Saturday, just not Sunday, I guess, but on Saturday too. I know, Rach. Just when you think it couldn't go any crazier.
A 3% IRA match with Robinhood Gold? The reckoning has commenced.
Let's see if anybody's updated. I hate putting this code on my phone and not when I'm trying to get in it. It's not. She ain't going nowhere, Bama Cat. That's what I was trying. I didn't hear. That's what I was trying to see. I don't see an update or anything as to why. Thank you, Millie. Why did they take Megan out of the courtroom? She need another potty break? Does she need another potty break? Does she have to go puke? Because them jurors can't get up and leave when they want to. I'm just asking. I don't know. I don't have my TV on here. Let me see. I think sometimes it does that. I don't know why I don't watch myself on TV. Give myself a view. I don't know why I don't do that. Shows how much I care. I don't know if it comes up on there or not. Hold on a minute. It may take it a while. Yeah, it's not showing up there right. It's not showing the chat. I don't know why. I'm not real sure. Yeah, there may be an option. Honey, y'all don't ask me to do this because I don't know. I'd have to get my son to even come in here and play with it. I don't even know. I've never thought about that. I think the one in the living room I've seen do that. It comes up if it's live. Or it might be after it's live. It might come on after. I've seen it do it in the living room. You and me both. I don't know. Sorry, I'm not much help when it comes to buttons, but you helped me a little bit. You got my big TV on. Thank you. I never turn it on in here, but I got a huge picture now. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if it's YouTube, StreamYard. I don't know what's going on, but something's been going on for a little bit. And this here, I know it's I guess it's StreamYard because I pay extra for that not to have no commercials. And I don't know why I'm having commercials in here, but y'all just bear with me. I apologize. Tonight I'll call them and ask them what in the heck is going on, or y'all need to give me a refund for this month, a half a refund or something, because I don't like that. No offense to what we're watching or anything like that. I don't mind watching the commercials for people, but it may be something that they have in theirs too, because they're sharing out. And if it is, I don't have a problem doing that. But I don't know if it's something with I'm not supposed to get the commercials, so I don't know. And if it's something I'm paying for them to use their stuff, that's quite fine. But I just want to know. Well, I see it on my computer and I see it on my phone chat, but I don't see it on my big TV. And that's what they're talking about. Okay, well, you have a great day too. Thank you for listening. Maybe they'll come back soon. You're on an Android? Yeah, I got an iPhone. They haven't brought
grilled or fried. Now that's a Zaxby's Philly.
They
Who's
haven't
got the
brought bacon
sauce?
back in yet.
Zaxby's.
Okay, so maybe it comes up after. I'm just confused because I know that I've seen it there before. They still haven't brought her back in. All right, I'm going to go potty real quick, and I'll be right back in a minute, but I'll see you on my phone if you need anything. And then I got some wonderful mods here, of course. If it goes to commercial, you're just going to have to sit through it. That's all I know. I'll be right back. Oh, let's see. Put the camera up. hopefully they'll be coming back now. They've been gone long enough now. You're the one and only. We don't need no clones either.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me 4, 3, 4 cases.
4, I think. They're right here. Judge, I handed you the unpublished case of State versus Brewer, and that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106's rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, however, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears upon the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement.
Seems like it was over
and he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that you've been.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
He was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah,
Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or in some way would mislead the jury about the proof. And then the paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem. My problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her. And Mr. Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what proof is, or do I need to hear the whole story? I would, because there's, in this case, I don't recall which one it is, but one of the arguments was that the defendant, possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on summary instead of reviewing the entirety, the judge could.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer.
It's triggering.
Explains the already admitted proof and puts it in context. Well, right now, you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yes, she's lied, and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, there's no mention of anyone else and what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it, and it avoids misleading the trier of fact instead.
Taxes was waiting and wondering and worrying.
Because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court is given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as a trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
Right. It's 2 hours. I guess we could fast forward.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. Here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. It's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back to chamber, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But
I'm not mad at anybody.
But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this, is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence that they've been enacted.
That's what I say. Play the recordings.
Cases that talk about 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look, the defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. The Supreme Court says, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say. And that's where that's my thought.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution and the federal Constitution has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about, is fundamental fairness. So
okay, just sit.
I'm not sure that there's a difference between if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying. And if I'm wrong, I think we're on the same page at least.
I'll comment about it when I get
Yes, sir.
where we're at right now. I'm going to have to bring the jury in.
Hey, Jude.
Since this is day one, they've not been to the
Still here.
I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. I'm going to have to listen to it or watch.
It's video.
It's video.
I may have the whole issue about whether I can see and hear what's being said. I've had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not hear.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There should be any problems.
So I need to bring the jury. Depends on I'm going to go ahead and send them to the hotel.
Yes, sir.
Let them get settled in.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think if we not get in that other case, those
I
statements
still
with the
got this.
Bluetooth,
I still got this.
did it work that way? Okay.
Oh, you're fine. Hey, Jude. Thank you so much. Thank you. We know real life comes up, honey, and that's always first.
One stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed the lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. And they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions. One, you're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the jury. You're to report promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay? Now, we'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you again.
One stand, please.
So, they're taking them all back to the hotel. They have a legal issue that the judge has to decide on by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Hopefully he'll get it done by 9 a.m. tomorrow. I think this judge is prepared.
All right. So, y'all, we'll be in recess till 8:30 in the morning. Need y'all to get that statement to me, Judge.
They'll be back at 8:30 tomorrow. That's 7:30 Central Standard Time, our time. I know I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, so what I'm going to get up. I cannot miss this appointment. It don't take long, but I think it's at 9. I think I'll come in here and start this because I don't know how to get it on my phone. So I think I will get up and start this, close this room off so my dog don't get in here and trip on the cord. And I'll have my phone with me to communicate with y'all. I guess I'll do it like that. Get there and straight back. I have to have it because I have to have something. It's very important. But I intend on covering this trial. I intend on covering it. And hey, if something happens, it goes off while it goes off, I'll just go on my phone live and tell y'all. I don't know. But I definitely will cover it. I don't want to just cover it like when I get back and be late. I don't want to do that. We can keep order. Y'all can keep order. Yeah. I mean, I'll just turn on my computer and get this going and everything. Take my phone with me so I can communicate with y'all. So, I've never done this before. I've never done a trial before. Oh my God. We're learning this one together, honey, because we got to get prepared for the other trials that's coming. I know they're coming. I know they're coming. But the judge has a decision. So we've been on here 5.5 hours today. Oh, Smiley don't do these long things, but I'm getting better. I'm getting better. We can do it. We can do it all together. I have every confidence in the world we can do it. So it'll be 8, they said tomorrow, or 8:30 tomorrow. Oh my God. I think he said 8:30. So it'll be 7:30 Central Standard Time in the morning, our time. I don't know. We'll be on here. We'll know. I have my chop blocker tomorrow. So
with crypto.com.
Let me get that off of there. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Millie. Oh, I ain't no pro. I might be old, but I ain't no pro, honey. But look, I appreciate y'all being here and spending time with me and getting help, bearing with me through these commercials, because I know we didn't ask for that. Maybe they got some kind of secret on the other channels, but I don't know. No, I don't mind. I don't mind sitting through the commercials. They're not very long, and it may be something Court TV has out if you watch it, but I don't know. Y'all go sub to Court TV. Go do all the things, all them things. I'll get up and walk around. So I don't get no blood clots here. Y'all get up and walk around too. Y'all get up and walk around too, honey. Get you some exercise. And I'll be back on here later and we'll see you in the street. And maybe, oh my God, maybe Evelyn will get, the justice in this mobster or monster, whatever she is, will get no parole. That's what I can hope. Okay. This is just crazy. So I love you all for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you to all my mods and everybody for sticking it out all day. And I will see you later on. Okay, so WJHL is streamed. Yeah, but see, I don't know who will strike and who won't. And so, okay, well, wait, we can try that. I don't know. I don't even know if it's Court TV or because I paid for no ads. So maybe we can try that tomorrow. Excuse me. It doesn't matter to me who, as long as we can see it. I've just never had to stream anybody, so we can check it out. We can check it out. Check. Yeah, I don't know if they would or not. Maybe I better stick with Court TV at least tomorrow when I go to the doctor until I figure it out. Only reason I know that other channels go through Court TV is the only reason that I decided to try this one this morning. So I don't know. I'm not real sure. I'm just not sure. Do I have email I sent in to you, just Jen? No, but I will check it out. I hadn't even, unfortunately, checked my email this morning, but I will check it. I will check it. We can watch it somewhere else, like court TV, until you get done at the doctor. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, I just didn't want y'all to think I wasn't going to cover it, because I am going to cover it. So it's whatever y'all want. It's whatever y'all want. I see you. Thank you for so much. You were over here early this morning, and I really appreciate you so much. Got being over so much. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I see you. I remember that, although I didn't, you know, cover any of that stuff, but I know that they did. See, I'm going to tell y'all something about that. The reason that I hesitate about that, Tim Mullen's got his hands in some of those networks up there. Okay. And we don't have to go relive some of that stuff. And Ansley's the only one I really trust up there. And y'all don't soon forget, Smiley made a big ruckus up there with some of them news stations. Smiley made a big ruckus up there with some of them people up there and in them news stations. So hey, Jude's like, okay, I remember now. So I'm not so sure that Smiley might want to be going through there. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Just something to kind of remember. Hey, Jude's like, never mind, never mind. Never mind. Whoops. Light bulb. Oh, Lord, have mercy. But anyway, yeah. So, but anyway, I'll see y'all in the morning, or I'll see y'all tonight somewhere out on the streets. But I love y'all, and I'll see you later, and we'll work it out however it goes. I'll talk to y'all in a bit. Love you all. Thank you for your help. Bye.